Do you think she'll be willing to grapple with you at all this fight, or is she gonna try to avoid that? Do you think?
I hope she shoots on me. That would be but I don't know. I think she'll be scared to shoot on me, but we'll see. I don't know.
Jazz right here. When you look at the last fight between Manon and Valentina, do you look at that as a path to victory, or do you look at all the fights she had before that where she hadn't lost and go, that's the Manon I need to prepare for?
Love she doesn't change that much fight to fight. So looking at her first fight, looking at her last fight, yeah, of course she's getting better. She's refining her skills, but overall, she's kind of the same. You know what to expect when you're getting into a fight with her.
This run for you has been building for a while, and you've been getting better and better, obviously, yourself. Was there a point where it dawned on you that, you know what, hey, I could go all the way to a title shot with this, or was that there all along?
Getting into the UFC, the dream, become a world champion, but it's like you kind of oh, I would love to be a world champion. You know what I mean? A little bit of a pipe dream. But the more steps that you make, then it's like, okay, this is actually a reality now. And now it is.
And it definitely is. It's not the pipe dream anymore. So have you changed your preparation at all, either be that physically in camp or just mentally how you go into these fights?
Same way, do every fight. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Work hard in camp. Don't screw around. Do all the things that I know that I need to do in order to be the best version of myself that I could possibly be on fight night. Don't cheat myself in the preparation, and then on fight night I can let the chips fall where they may. I know I've done the work. I believe in my team. I believe in my training partners, and I believe on fight night that all will show.
And then back to Vancouver here. You were here back in 2023 as well. Obviously had a good night then. Have you heard feedback from the fans about this card? Because it seems like people are very amped up about this. It's not just a bunch of fights for Canadians. It's meaningful fights. Mike's fighting potentially for top 15. You're fighting to get closer to a title. Iman's fighting to get closer to a title. So have you heard all that?
It's been crazy. The buzz is wild, and it's just showing how much martial arts and the UFC is growing within Canada, within the world, of course, but especially within Canada. Look at the scene 3 years ago, 5 years ago versus now. It's crazy how many promotions are around. How it's the MMA has grown exponentially.
And last one for me, we talked a while back, and you said one of your ways to take the mind off of fighting was you're cooking, you have kind of a Chopped style, and it made me think after Paige Van Zandt went on Chopped when she was with the UFC. Would you do Chopped?
100%. I would love to do that show. That's one of my favorite shows is Chopped. I hope someone reach out, please, Chopped.
Hashtag Jazz on Chopped. Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Vancouver. I'm curious, Jasmine, when you look at the arc of an MMA career, we see people in their 20-somethings making the National Hockey League or making an impact in Major League Baseball. You're 36. The average age for a UFC Women's Champion is 36. What is it about your sport and reaching the pinnacle of it at maybe a stage where people are, in other professions are retiring, but you guys are hitting your stride?
I think it's a combination of things. I think one, just physically, women maybe don't reach their strength, or I don't know quite what it is, if it's hormonal or whatever it is, but I think kind of older women are generally stronger. In general, I'll go in the gym, I'll go against a 20-year-old. It feels like a child sometimes. You know what I mean? Not actually, but you understand what I'm saying. So I think that's part of it, and then I think also just experience within the sport. It's not a natural thing for a woman to be in a fighting sport, punching people in the face and everything like that. And I think it takes a level of maturity to be able to, I guess, overcome those natural, motherly instincts within ourselves. And you have to be able to, I guess, get knocked down in life enough, go through enough ups and downs. I don't know quite what it is, but I think you need a bit of experience. So I think that's why in general women peak a little bit later than men. Men are all full of piss and vinegar since they're kids, you know what I mean? It takes a bit for us.
How close do you think you are to the peak of the mountaintop, to getting up there?
I think I'm right there. I'm the most active female fighter. I'm clawing my way to the top. She just fought for the title before, so I feel like a win over her puts me right there. Thank you.
Jasmine, right here. How's it going? Take me through the vibes in the gym sort of leading into this. Obviously, Mike's on the card, but how about Cody getting the UFC contract as well? Like, are you kind of feeling that momentum going into this card?
It's unreal. Like, the gym is popping. It's nuts. Like, Siri, he was getting, unfortunately, his shoulder, but he was getting ready for a fight too. So we have the guys coming up in the room. Pow Pow's got a big fight. All the guys are fighting, and so everyone's hungry and getting better, and so that's going to be pushing everyone else to be hungry and be getting better. Like, everyone's kind of like trying to outwork each other and out-skill each other, because everyone kind of has their game, and it's like, how can we figure out to not let this person implement their game on us or whatever. Like, we have such a deep room of very, very talented athletes, and it's crazy right now. It's nuts.
And it's become kind of like the premier gym in Canada. You know, for years it was always TriStar, and it seems like there's so many fighters sort of gravitating towards your gym. What's it been like as someone who's there from the early days that now, you know, you get all these fighters, you know, wanting to come and train with you guys?
It's nice having more partners, you know. Before it's just me and TJ, really. He's my main man, and but it's awesome. Now I have girls to train with. Like, it was years before I really was able to train with any girls actually doing martial arts. I would have boxers, jiu-jitsu, whatever. But now I have multiple girls, very good, very high-level girls that I can train with. A lot of guys, and it's crazy how much the sport's grown, and thankfully, you know, I think martial arts changes people's lives. So I think that it's good that the sport is growing so much. I believe that it should grow even more.
Absolutely. Obviously, Manon coming off the title loss to Valentina Shevchenko. Did you take much away from that fight, and do you see your fight playing out similarly in terms of it, you know, just being sort of a striking match? Obviously, going to mix it up as well, I'm sure, too. Yeah,
I mean, my style and Shevchenko's style are quite different. So I take what's useful out of that fight, but, you know, I'm looking at her whole career, and, you know, we kind of know what to expect.
Yeah, and just last one for me. We referenced the last time you fought here in Vancouver. You were counted out against Miranda Maverick on the betting odds and everything. Similar thing here. Mm-hmm. Are you getting kind of the same vibes this week of having that Canadian support, but also, you know, maybe being counted out by everyone else?
Yeah, I saw the odds, and I'm just like, whatever. I kind of like that I got to prove it a little bit. Thanks so much, guys.
What's up, Mike?
Hi, guys.
Over
What's
here.
up, buddy?
How's it
How are you?
going?
What's
Good.
going on, buddy? How are you?
Just how excited were you? You're the co-main event of this card. I mean, was that something you were expecting? Obviously, pretty high-profile fight here with Kevin Holland, but how happy are you to get that slot in this event?
Yeah, this is really cool, man. I'm really grateful for it. I mean, there are a lot of great fights on this card, right? You could have easily made Jasmine co-main. You could have easily made Eamon co-main, right? Like, there's a lot of fights that are really meaningful to divisions, right? But yeah, that was really cool to find out I was co-main.
Were you expecting to fight someone like Kevin Holland next? Like, that's a pretty big name that you get to fight on this event.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what I was going to get next, whether it was like another unranked guy who was close to the rankings, if I'd kind of have to fight one more of those before I get a ranked opponent, or someone, 12 to 15. But yeah, I was happy to get the opportunity to fight for a ranked position.
Even though you're the co-main event, does this feel a bit different than the last Vancouver card? There was a lot of sort of expectations because you hadn't lost in the UFC. How does the vibe feel sort of going into this event compared to last time?
Well, last time was really unexpected, right? Like, I came out here to Vancouver being like, oh man, I bet some of the fans will know who I am. That'll be cool. And then we went to the press conference and like people were chanting my name and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I severely underestimated how many people are going to know who I am. Like, this is completely unexpected. Obviously, this isn't a pay-per-view, but yeah, no, this is, I feel like another excellent opportunity, right? And just I feel so much more prepared for this second run at the rankings, right? Like, I'm way ahead of where I was a few years ago. I feel like my skill is considerably increased since then, and I've just kind of matured as a fighter, and I feel a lot more comfortable being here. It's not as much like, whoa, this is, it's not like, whoa, this is the UFC. It's like, I'm still grateful for this every time I get to come out here, and I'm like, damn, man, I'm co-main on a UFC card. Like, I got into this because I'm a fan of the sport, and I grew up like idolizing these guys. So getting to be co-main's awesome, but I feel a lot more prepared and almost kind of deserving of the opportunity now.
I don't know if you've seen Kevin this week, but he's kind of known for his trash talk, and I may be wrong about this, but I don't think you've really had an opponent like that in the UFC. Is that something you're kind of anticipating, like even at the weigh-ins, like him, maybe getting in your face a little bit, because that's, he's a bit of a personality.
Right, I haven't seen him this week yet. The last guy I fought, Charles Radke, talked a lot of trash beforehand, but not so much when we got in there. I don't know if if my opponent's been talking any trash so far. I assume when we're in there, he'll be talking a lot of trash, and kind of we prepared for that with my training partners, just talking trash all training camp when we're drilling, when we're sparring, having my mental coach cage side yelling at me during sparring and fight simulations and stuff. So I feel, very well prepared and comfortable to deal with that.
Yeah, and just last one for me. Obviously, your brother Jeff making a name for himself, right? That obviously that clip was kind of everywhere. You're a guy that's got a lot of attention for what you've done in your UFC career. Was it kind of neat to see him get a lot of recognition for that? That I saw everyone posting that clip.
Man, every time I watch one of their games, the LA Kings games, I feel like he's getting so much coverage, right? Like, I feel like the commentators are talking about him during the game. I feel like beforehand, I've watched multiple games where they're like doing segments on him, like, yeah, this kid's right on the bubble, but he definitely deserves to be here, and he's playing so much better this year. I feel like it's almost like a little bit of my Vancouver experiences are like last year and this year for him, where he got to the show at the end of the year and was playing well, but it might have felt like, whoa, this is the NHL a little bit. Whereas now he's like had all summer to train and work out and wrap his mind around it, and he seems like a lot more comfortable in there. Like, even talking to him, he seems a lot more relaxed about it, and the results are speaking for themselves. He's putting up points. He's getting in fights. He's being a big body out there, and he's using his time wisely.
Mike, I know you need to protect yourself in the octagon, but are you going to be having your head on a swivel for the walkout here?
Yeah, man. This is whoever is responsible for this barricade, dude. Once is a mistake, twice is this that you're out to get me. We're not doing this again, man. Both those things down.
Mike, right here. You mentioned prepping for Kevin Holland's talk with your training partners. Did any of them get you to crack?
The times that got me to crack were when other people didn't know that we were doing that, and they started laughing. They're like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Like, why are you calling him that? And like, they were like, oh no, we're doing this for my opponent's going to talk trash, and they're like, oh yeah, definitely good call. He's definitely going to do that. So those are the times that it was funny, but otherwise, no, like just staying focused, right?
Good stuff. And, you know, we talked to Jazz about this a little. There seems to be a lot of positive feedback about the Canadian fights on this card. There's some bangers and some meaningful fights as well. She's working her way to that title shot. Eamon's working his way to that title shot. You're working your way back to the rankings. Have you kind of seen this as another big step for Canadian MMA right now?
Yeah, this looks like another great wave, right? Last time we were out here in Vancouver, we went 6-0. We had excellent performances, but now we get to even have even more meaningful fights on the card, right? Like they were all great performances, but now there's 3 ranked fights and 3 fights that, you know, have some pretty solid. They'll have an influence on the outcome of the divisions, right? So, yeah, it's really cool, man. It's awesome to see us all doing so well.
And then this one that's completely unrelated to this card, but you used to fight at featherweight, and I'm just curious, like how much weight were you cutting for that? Because that seems crazy right now.
Yeah, too much weight. I was also like a lot younger, and I've kind of always been like a late bloomer. Like I didn't hit 100 pounds till grade 10. Like I was a little kid. It kind of took me a while to like fully fill out and grow. So even when I first started fighting at 145, I was like 2 inches shorter, and I was a lot skinnier. So 145 actually made sense at the time, but the last 2 fights at 145 did not make sense. I just kind of kept growing and started wrestling, and body fills out a little bit. Yeah, it's nice not doing those cuts anymore, man. I mean, it's never fun cutting any weight, but those were nightmares.
And then just last one for me. You have Jasmine, who you've shared a lot of cards with now. So what's it just like having someone to kind of go into the trenches with like that?
Oh, it's awesome, man. We've been on several cards together. Even before we came back to Canada for fights, we shared a card in Las Vegas. It's awesome, man. Our saying is 2 weddings, right? Like it's, you know, after a fight, depending on the result, people either treat you like you're at a wedding or you're at a funeral, right? It's like you get that energy in one of 2 directions. So we always say 2 weddings, but for us this time it's even more, right? We've got Kyle Nelson's a teammate of mine. He trains with Cruella and Helmegen at House of Champions, and he comes out to Niagara Top Team to wrestle and spar a little bit. And he's been a friend of mine for over a decade. And Kyle Preplek's a fairly new friend of mine, but I like the guy. I'd never met him in person before, but I sent him a message, and I was like, hey, man, I'm looking to get ready for this fight in Vancouver. Last time, like, I need a solid southpaw. Will you come out and help me out? And he drove a few hours, came out. We beat the crap out of each other, and then he got in his car and left and just became friends. So, got a good group of guys to head into this fight with. He also comes out to Niagara Top Team now too and does some sparring with us. So it's a lot of good energy in the room. And then you show up fight week, and Eamon and the Jourdain brothers are here, and it's awesome, man.
Mike, welcome back to Vancouver. We're seeing how you're in a hockey town. I have to take you back to the hockey realm. There was your brother with his fight that went viral, but also him scoring his first NHL goal. You're smiling about it. Share with the emotion for you, your family, to see him finally score that goal after him toiling in the minors for a bit.
No, it's amazing, man. Like he scored a goal last year, but it got pulled back, right? And it was unfortunate because not only was it his first NHL goal, it was one of the coolest goals you're ever going to see scored, right? Like guy is deking somebody out, gets tripped, dives. It's like that Bobby Orr iconic, like he's in the air and still scores type goal. Like that's a once in a lifetime type goal. And unfortunately, his teammate was offside, so they, took it back. But this one, just a nice, deflection off the butt and in the net. But man, they don't ask how, they ask how many. And so stoked for the kid to get his first goal, and he got his first assist already this season. And he's got a couple fights deep. It's like he came out hot. He's like, all right, man, I'm earning this spot on this team. I'm making my presence known, and I'm so proud of him, man. We've been texting and talking a lot throughout our camps, and just because he did his preseason camp, and then I'm in camp too at the same time. And it's funny, dude, throughout our adult lives, it just feels like things keep happening in pairs together, right? Like I fought on Contender Series the weekend that he made his first preseason NHL debut, and crazy as it is, he is number 39 in hockey, and I finished my fight in 39 seconds. And it's like, dude, if you wrote that in a movie, you'd be like, this movie's corny. That stuff doesn't happen in real life. It's like, it's almost too good to be true. So to just feed off one another's energy right now is really special.
Did you guys have much of a sibling rivalry? Did you beat the snot out of each other as kids in the basement playing sock hockey or street hockey?
We played a little played buckets a couple of times in the basement. You know, throw the hockey gloves and the hockey helmet on and throw your mouth guards in and kind of get after it. You know, I'm a decent amount older than him, but as I mentioned, I was always like the runt of my year, and he was always like the big kid of his year. So I'm 5 years older than him, but the size difference wasn't that apparent. But even still, like, you know, I wasn't picking on him too bad, but we got after it a couple of times. But it wasn't like a sibling rivalry, just, you know, age gap and stuff like that. But we are like really competitive. All my siblings and I are competitive, not necessarily directed towards one another, but we're like, we all, none of us like to not have a good performance, right? So we're all digging deep. So yeah, feeding off each other's energy for sure.
Okay, because you're big on the numbers, I was talking to Jasmine just about the average age for a women's UFC champion is 36. For men's, it's 33. I think we know somebody up there who's 33 years old as well. Why do you think it takes a UFC fighter or an MMA fighter a little bit longer to hit their peak, to become a champion, maybe as opposed to other sports where guys or women can hit their peak a little bit earlier, whereas we're looking mid-30s to late 30s in your profession? What do you think it is?
I think it's just because there's so much skill development required, right? Like you look at other sports, not that you don't require skill, but this sport is basically like 5 sports mashed together, right? You get boxing, Muay Thai, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, and then the like strength and conditioning aspect, and you have to be good at all of them. There's nobody, especially in, you know, the mid-tier weight classes where it's, you know, maybe you get some extremes where somebody's so good at one thing that they can kind of get away with not being as skilled in other facets, but it's very rare. You have to be good everywhere now. This isn't, you know, fighting in 2005 where you could be like a solid boxer and a blue belt in jiu-jitsu and that was good enough, right? Like this is everybody's got to be basically a black belt everywhere. So I think that amount of time of having to acquire those skills is one aspect of it. I think the other aspect of it is the age limitation in that you're not having like MMA fights at 14, right? So you play hockey, like, yeah, you can get to the, you know, you can be a star in the NHL at like 20 because you've been playing the same game at a slower pace and against less skilled guys, but the same game since you were 4 years old. It's like you don't ever actually really do that this fight game, until you're at least 18, right? So I think that probably puts a little bit of a limitation on it as well.
Just one more, Mike. I know you said Kevin hasn't really been talking any trash. He did say yesterday when talking about you, he's 2 steps behind the level of competition I usually lose to. So what do you make of that? Is that him underestimating you in your mind?
Well, I don't know. The other thing that I heard was that he didn't even know he was fighting me, so I'm wondering how he knows what my skill level's like, if that's the case. But yeah, doesn't matter to me what he says. You know, the reason I'm so confident going into this fight is the preparation that I've put in and the skills that I bring to the octagon and everything that I put in the last few months. And man, this camp went so well. I feel so ready. I'm like the best I've ever been by a long shot. So no matter what anybody says, it's like that doesn't change the preparation that I put in, right?
Mike, just one, brother. I know, like, the walkout song, Sum 41, it's been, like, a staple. I'm just curious. I know I think they retired from touring last year or something like that, but have they ever reached out to you? Have they ever given you a shout-out and, like, I don't know, maybe that's something we can put out in the universe and maybe you guys can link up one of these days?
Yeah, nothing yet, but that'd be awesome, man. Grew up listening to Sum 41 and still a fan, and obviously they're meaningful to me as my vibe heading out into a fight, so I'd love to have them reach out. That'd be sweet. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Brendan over here. So take me through how you got this fight. We found out obviously Anthony Hernandez had to withdraw. Like, was it just one phone call that it came together? Like, sort of tell us how you ended up getting this fight.
No, it wasn't one phone call for sure. It was like three. So they called like on a Tuesday and said like Fluffy was out and that we're gonna put my name in the box. Thursday comes and they said, well, they're still talking to Paulo, but it's starting to favor myself. By Sunday night, they said it was 100% me. Monday morning, drive to Chicago. So it was kind of like a little bit of a waiting period, like waiting to see, a lot of uncertainty. But it is what it is. It would have been nice if they would have just gave it to me on the Tuesday and went straight to camp, but it's all right.
Yeah, that's good. And obviously, training in Chicago. I know, De Ridder obviously trained at Killcliff as well. You guys had never trained together, though, right? Was my understanding, or had you guys trained?
No, just one little brief drill that was like almost like I can't remember the exact position, but it was like if the guy on bottom gets out, then the next guy comes and there's a line and there's like 8 people on the ground like waiting to go. It was just jiu-jitsu day. So just a minute and like probably 10 seconds of that. That's it.
And I know you guys are different fighters, but Gerald Mershart is at your camp. He fought De Ridder as well, game plan for him. Like, how much of an asset has that been in camp? Because he's already prepped for the guy.
Yeah, it helps, but again, the styles are different. He's a southpaw. He's felt De Ridder like in the fight and knows how awkward and how everything is. So that helps hearing his input. But again, yeah, like you said, I'm a lot different than Gerald. But Gerald gave him probably his hardest fight, and I'm gonna give him an even harder one.
Yeah. Who else did you get to work with this camp?
Always the best welterweight in the world, Bilal Muhammad. We got like my team that's here right now. We got my boy Max, Horacio, brought Tuco from Florida, Charlie, Ignacio, Nacho, however y'all look at him.
I know what you
Mahmoud
mean. I know what you mean. You're good.
His little brother,
Yeah.
worked with him as well. Yeah, man, there's been guys that just come to help for sure. Gerald, obviously. Yeah, so we're prepared.
What have you made of RDR's run so far in the UFC? Coming over from one championship, hasn't lost yet. Like, what have you made of? What's your assessment of him in the UFC?
I mean, it doesn't impress me. Like, maybe I'm hard to impress, but there's not one fight or one moment where you're like, oh man, like this guy's like crazy or he's something special. Like, he's tough, he's durable, his jiu-jitsu's not bad. But really, what else is there, to be honest? Like, I don't know, maybe you see something different than me, but I haven't seen anything where I'm just like, oh man, like he's something special. He's got that it. Maybe he has something that needs to be a little bit more pop. Like, it doesn't stand out to me. But hey, he's getting wins, good for him.
Were you impressed with him? Well, it doesn't sound like it. You weren't impressed with his win over Bo Nickel, finishing him. I know, Nickel doesn't have a ton of experience MMA-wise, but what did you think of that victory?
I mean, Bo will probably be good one day, right? But he's so young and so green in his MMA career. He's a great wrestler, but we know this isn't wrestling. And, yeah, it doesn't impress me because he's so green. Maybe when he's get some more time, some more experience, and get to fully come into himself as an MMA fighter, it'll be different. But no, they just struck, and we know Bo's not a striker. I mean, De Ridder's not a striker either, but he has more experience. So, yeah, I wasn't really impressed by it, to be honest.
Okay, last one for me. Your grandparents, I believe, are from Canada, is my understanding. Where are they from? Like, give us a little bit of backstory as to why you're going to be sort of the honorary Canadian in this main event.
Yeah, so my grandparents were both born and raised in Edmonton, Alberta. My grandma was raised in like the backwoods. Like, she rode a horse to school. Obviously, they've been gone for a little while. My grandfather gave up his citizenship to go into military in America. So, and he was in the Marine Corps for 36 years. But my grandma still has her citizenship, still files for her green card. However often that's supposed to go, I don't know. But yeah, she hasn't been back in a while because my grandfather's been sick for a long time. So, but yeah, it's just honor and pay homage to that side of my family.
Yeah, just a tip: don't cheer for the Oilers this week. People in Vancouver don't like them. That's the hockey team, the Edmonton Oilers. So.
Yeah, the how you pronounce it? The Canucks.
Canucks. There you
yeah.
go. There
Yes.
you go. Learn something every day. Thanks,
Yeah.
Brendan.
Hey, Brendan, right here. Just to follow up on that, you said it was like 3 phone calls for this to come together, but had you already been looking for a fight? Were you looking to get in, or was this just about the opportunity?
No, for sure. I was looking to fight like early November because how my kid's birthdays plays out and hunting season. I always try to fight before November to finish off the year. So I was pushing for like that November 1st, November 8th card. Worst case, MSG. But they, end of the year is kind of funny. They have guys that need fights that haven't fought enough or whatever the case may be. So it was getting to where it was like, oh, maybe December, oh, maybe January. And I was like, I can't fight January. Like, I have another baby that's going to be born around that time, and I don't want there to be any potential conflicts. So I was trying to get something on the books because normally when you book something, I don't know, you may have potentially 9, 10, 11 weeks, and then it allows me to ease into training, ease into the diet, and just kind of, I don't know, that's just how I approach it. But, yeah, I was trying.
And then I know you said you weren't impressed with RDR, but obviously the talk about this had been as almost like a title eliminator when it was with Fluffy. So was that a big part in factoring in, hey, this is the one I want?
Not really. For me, it's just like I've always wanted to fight the guy. And why I think it's a great matchup for me. It just comes down to that simple. I think it's a great matchup for me stylistically. And what better way to hit the top 5 than to beat him and beat him on a main event, back on the poster. It's just kind of putting me back where I planned to be honest with you. So that was the opportunity, and bigger the risk, bigger the reward.
When you say you always wanted to fight him, was it just a stylistic matchup, or?
Stylistic, yeah, and then like at the time with Killcliff when he fought, Ungla from when they were in 1 and stuff like that. Ungla was my friend, and he would come over to, I would stay with Tuco, and he'd come over to his house, and we'd go to his house, and yeah, so it's just like kind of stems from that a little bit. Like I'm kind of like gang, like that's my friend, so that's my boy, and it just kind of. I kept the same energy. That's really it. I just kept the same energy. Now you come to here to UFC, and some of these guys have fast rises. They jump so quick in the rankings and so quick to the spotlight. But how long of them really last? How long? There's not too many. My career has never been fast and direct. So I've had to build myself back a couple times. I've had to revitalize myself. And he's about to have to learn that in this promotion after Saturday.
Ongla obviously retired recently, but one more completely unrelated to this. We have Khamzat Chimaev obviously as champion now, and as a guy who was getting close to that title picture before a couple of setbacks, and now you're trying to work your way back there. Any concern about the possible lack of activity that you might see in the division?
Man, I think there's a couple divisions. It's all over the place right now, and middleweight's one of them. Yeah, it's definitely a concern. It's very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how fast he wants to turn around. He's a guy that's been very open and honest about injuries and setbacks with his health. And, it's definitely concerning. Hopefully we don't have to have an interim, or hopefully they don't even do an interim if it comes to that. Hopefully we just strip and he comes back and fights for it if that were to happen. But yeah, I guess we'll see, huh? I guess we'll see.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Brendan, what do you think of Khamzat calling out Alex Pereira and wanting to move up to 205 before he even has a title defense?
I think that's kind of like the story of Chimaev, right? Like he just talks a lot. He gets a lot of eyes. Like, it's not to the degree, but it's like Connor talking just to stay relative. Obviously, like Chimaev's not that bad, right? He doesn't say that much stuff and that much reckless stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I think he's got a lot of work to do in our division first. And it's not like he's a huge 85er that's cutting a lot like Alex was to get to 85 to where it's like, all right, I became a champion, I defended once, like let's just go up or whatever. So, yeah, it's weird, but I don't think that's in his future right now.
Do you think Nasruddin Imavov will send you a thank you note after Saturday? Because I feel like if you win this, you're probably clearing the way for him to get the shot for sure.
Man, I guess we'll see. I think the champion has a little bit of say of who he fights next. Not full say, obviously. The UFC is going to do what they want to do. They're the boss. But I think he has a little bit of pull. And if I go out there, because he was talking so much about the Ritter, wanted to test his grappling and stuff against the Ritter. If I go out there and beat him definitively, you never know. He could say my name, and the UFC could get it. But we'll see. I'm just more focused on Saturday. I don't care what happens with Imavov. I don't care what happens with Chimaev unless it's about me. Right now is Saturday, beating the Ritter, and doing it in impressive fashion.
And you mentioned earlier, like the ups and downs of the careers, the hard moments you've had. How much pressure do you feel to get this one, right? Like, do you feel like there's only a finite of these type of opportunities that are going to come your way?
Not necessarily. I'm only 29, so I've still got time, plenty of time. But I feel like right now is a good moment in my life, in my career. I feel like everything's set in place for me to make a real title run, put these guys away, or beat them in really good fashion, get a belt, defend it a couple of times, and then sail off into the sunset.
I know I heard you talking yesterday about like, you know, the whole Kill Cliff side of it, Robbie Lawler, and like kind of taking that side in camp. Do you feel like you're fighting more than RDR in the situation a little bit? Like, is this going to be more gratifying to know that you overcame all of that side of it too?
No, not really. I mean, end of the day, none of those guys have to step in there and fight me. He does. He has to step in there and feel everything like 100% power, 100% speed. Like, you have to feel it in real time. Nobody else does. It is what it is, man. It's just a business. Sometimes it's very shitty. Sometimes it's demoralizing a bit, or just kind of catches you off guard. But I've been around a long time, and I've seen it many times. So it is what it is, man. I'm just happy with where I'm at. I focus on myself. I have a great team around me. Guys that really care about me and as a person, not just if I'm going to win this fight or everything like that. So life is good, man. My family's healthy. I'm healthy. My friends healthy. We're all happy. They're having a good time in Vancouver. So, yeah, man, everything's good.
Hey, Brendan. Kind of going back to the beginning when you were saying, like, man, I haven't really seen too much out of RDR that really impresses me. I don't want to discredit his wins, but when you look at the strength of schedule, like, he got Kevin Holland at 85 when Kevin should be fighting at 70. He got a young Bo Nickel, and then he got Robert Whittaker like 24 fights into the UFC, right? So when you see that, do you think people are kind of getting an illusion there that he's actually more impressive than he is?
For sure. That's what I've been saying the whole time. It's not the Whittaker that fought like Yoel Romero or his come up where he was really at the top of his game. Bo Nickel, like you said, super green, super young in his career. Kevin Holland, I fought Kevin Holland when he was, coming off of Thiago Santos and my debut. So, he hasn't fought guys that are like young, hungry, guys that are even his size, guys that are, and most of the guys he fights, for the most part, are scared to go to the ground with him. So like they kind of act different. I think Whittaker was one of those guys, to be honest. By the time he found his timing and built the confidence that he could stuff the takedowns, he was already too tired. Like, for some reason, he was just too tired. I'm not that guy. I'm not scared to go to the ground with him. The thing with me is everything is on my time. I'm not on his time. But when we fight, everything's going to happen on my timeline, not on your timeline. So when I want to go to the ground, then we're going to go to the ground. If I don't want to go to the ground on your time, because he's probably going to shoot in it could be the first 10 seconds. It could be in the first minute. But before 2.5 minutes of the first round, he's going to shoot. I promise you he's going to shoot. And I'm going to stuff it, and I'm going to continue to beat him up and make him pay for it. But again, to answer your question, yes, I definitely think everyone's building this hype and this false sense of he's something that he isn't. He isn't this guy. He's not that guy. Like, he hasn't had a guy put it on him for real. Like, and him have to take it and withstand it. He's just not that guy. He's not that guy. He's not built like me. Like he's not built. He's just not built. We're not built the same. Thanks, fellas.
Guys. Test.
So, Eamon, your ascent through the bantamweight division continues with this. Obviously, Chito Vera has been around for a long time, fought some of the best, has records and things like that. So how important are you looking at this fight as a step to where you want to be?
Yeah, of course. You know, I asked for Marlon after my last fight because I want to keep moving forward. I want to keep the momentum going. And I think he's a great matchup because, you know, you got to win the fights in the UFC, but you have to look good doing it. And, you know, to look good doing it, you need a really good dancing partner. And I think Marlon is someone who always puts on great fights. And I'm hoping that me and him have a historic moment this weekend. And it's a pleasure to share the octagon with someone who's been in the rankings for a long time.
Yeah, a lot of tape on him out there and everything, but I think this is the longest layoff he's had since coming to the UFC.
Okay.
So what kind of like adjustments and things like that are you expecting? Do you have to prepare for something different, or in his game, is there not that much he can change no matter how long he takes off?
No, I think the layoff is because he wants to improve on his game. You know, his last couple of fights, I'm expecting the most dangerous, vicious, energetic, explosive Marlon Vera we've ever seen. I've prepared for him to be the best version of himself, and you know, I'm a big believer that in MMA you really hit your prime, you know, between the ages of 33 and 35. That's what I think, you know, and I think he's 32 years old. You know, he's got the funding, he's got the money, he's got the connections, he's got the years of experience. So I prepared myself for a war. You know, I don't want it to have to be a battle of attrition. You know, I would love to outplay him. That's my goal, is to outplay him, outclass him. But if it has to be a battle of attrition, I want to be the last man standing.
And he's got one of the best chins we've seen inside the octagon. So we've seen all these fighters not be able to finish him. What type of statement would it be towards your quest for a title shot if you can do that?
Yeah, I feel like if I get the finish, you know, being the first one to do so, and he's fought, you know, David Figueiredo put him down for the first time. You know, Rob Font hit him hundreds of times. I watched the Rob Font Marlon Vera video a few times. And, you know, he's a very tough guy, but he's been in a lot of wars, and chins don't improve. They get worse over time. And, you know, I have, you know, some of the best defensive skills in the UFC history, and I'm hopefully going to show that defense wins fights, and that you know, not taking too much damage unnecessarily, it can really pay off in your career.
And it kind of felt like when he fought Jose Aldo earlier this year that maybe would be his last fight, but we saw it last weekend, him going in there and like laying the gloves down. So now that it seemingly is official, unless he comes back again, what does it mean to you that you were the last person to fight Jose Aldo inside this octagon?
I think it makes the win even more historic. You know, him missing the weight, me getting dropped, coming back and winning the way I did. You know, today UFC Canada released a video of George St. Pierre and Firas during the elbow section of the fight, when I was landing the elbows, what they were saying, how they were reacting, the emotions they brought out. made for a really historic moment. And then now him officially retiring and never coming back, I think it's a fight that in the future many more people are going to watch when they look back at his career. They're going to want to see what was the last fight of his career, And I've thanked a lot of people for the success, for my success in that on that fight. There's so much love and support from the Montrealers, the Québécois, the Canadians, my friends, my family. I always thank my parents, but there's one man I haven't taken the chance to personally thank in public, so I want to take a moment to thank my father-in-law, Edmund Moralian. He's a very successful entrepreneur, and he's got a big heart, and his love and understanding of what it takes to be successful allows me to take the risks I need to take and travel when I need to travel for training and for fight camp. And he lets my wife leave work early so that she can take care of the kids when I need to, make things happen for the fight game.
Eamon over here. How's it going?
How's it going? Very good, you?
First and foremost, how happy are you, your buddy Mandel Nallo in the UFC. I know that was a big one for the team because sort of what I've heard over the years, he's one of the most talented guys in there. It was just about the opportunity. That must even give you a boost going into this fight, just knowing that, you guys are on the right path at TriStar.
We're 36 young. Guys, it's Unk season, guys. It's Unk season, okay? Dana White didn't love the age, but you cannot deny the product, okay? We want to be undeniable. Like I was telling you guys, I don't think the prime age is 25 in MMA, It's not the NHL, it's not the NFL. You have to, there are so many facets in MMA. You have to be a striker, you have to learn to be a wrestler, you have to learn to be a grappler. And to get to a mastery type level in all three aspects of fighting, it takes years of experience and years of training, dedication, and devotion. And I think Mandel Nallo has a very unique striking style. And with Jalen Turner retiring, I think Mandel Nallo has the best reach in the lightweight division right now in the UFC. And he's a guy who has 100% finish rate when he wins, literally 100%. Actually, even, win or lose, the fights are finished. So I think it's a really good pickup for the UFC. He's not going to disappoint, and he's going to garner tons and tons of fans.
Let's talk about you. Mike mentioned it there. Chito Vera, hell of a chin. He's been in there with some of the best. Does the game plan for you change a bit just because of the fact that this is a guy that is pretty tough to take out? Maybe don't want to overexert it. Like, is that something you look at when you're strategizing for him?
Yeah, definitely. When I was getting ready to fight Aldo, one of my coaches, Conrad Pla, he told me with a guy like Aldo, the fight's going to start hard. It's going to get harder. And then all of a sudden, it will be easy. And it came to fruition. And, they've seen a lot of fights, my coaching staff, and they size up the fighters pretty well. And with Marlon, it's not the same case at all. It's actually literally the opposite. The fight only gets harder. And the fight doesn't stop getting harder until the last bell rings. So that's what I prepared for Saturday night.
And obviously sharing this card with Jasmine Jasvicius, who's also big opportunity. She wins, a bit of an older fighter, but she gets the win. She's going to be in a good spot. Similar situation with you, like older fighter, fighting someone, a former title challenger as well. Like it must be kind of cool for both of you to kind of represent the older fighters that are making their mark in the division.
Yeah, of course. And like I said, I don't consider her old. I feel like she's not that old, and I feel like she still looks good and she's still improving. I don't feel like when I watch Jazz fight, I don't feel like she has slowed down, And like when we use the word old, I think we should only use it when fighters start to degrade, not fighters age. And I would like to say something about Manon too, because Manon did her training camp with us, so I know puts in a little awkward spot. I'm trying to be captain of Team Canada over here, and then we're training Manon Furio to beat Jazz. It kind of makes a little bit of an awkward situation, So for this fight, I'm rooting for Manon, because she came to train with us, and she's very dedicated, very devoted, very disciplined fighter. And her too, I think she's 35 years old, but I don't feel like she's slowed down. Shevchenko is a beast in herself. She's a veteran with a lot of experience and very well-rounded. And we worked on parts of Manon's game, and hopefully she's successful this weekend.
They just booked the bantamweight title fight for December. That's your division.
Yeah.
What do you think Petr Yan's going to have to bring differently for the rematch this time around? I know their first fight was a few years ago, but what do you make of that rematch? Really exciting one in your weight class.
Yeah, I think Petr Yan deserves it. I think he proved himself to have the match, and I think he was talking about something interesting that happened in the first fight, Merab. He couldn't throw right hands. And then he said, I look at the stats, I barely used my right hand. So maybe his hand was broken going into the fight, or he had some kind of injury in there. So if I was Merab's team, I wouldn't expect the fight to go the same way it went the first time around. And I think he's got a good chance to, to put on a great fight against Merab. Merab is definitely a puzzle. He's hard to beat, but you see that he does get stunned and he does get hurt. So there's always a possibility. And I absolutely love Merab's humility when he beat Corey Sanhagen and he was in the octagon and he was talking. And, they're giving him compliments. And he said, you know what, I can lose at any moment. It can happen to me. I can get hit and go down. And I'm proud that the bantamweight division has a champion like that shows the humility. He reminds me of George St. Pierre in that sense. So, much respect to both guys, and I'm excited to come up there and face them. If Merab keeps clearing the guys ahead of me, there might be a route for me for a title fight beating Marlon Vera in 2026. Who knows?
And just last one from me, you're a great follow on Twitter, and one of the things I love is that you're very outspoken on some of the issues we have in this country politically. Yes. How important is it to use your platform and, again, not like you're an expert or anything, but just to speak out on things that are going on? Because I know in this day and age, a lot of people are afraid to talk about some of the things that are going on in Canadian politics. What's funny
is that a lot of people say I'm not Canadian because, my parents come from Lebanon. But if you ask my mom says she's Canadian. Canada saved my parents' kind of lives during this when the Civil War broke out, and my parents came here illegally. And I was born and raised in Canada. I grew up in their education system. I played on the soccer teams and football teams and the community teams of this country, and it raised me, and I'm proud to be Canadian. And when I fight, I want people to know that I am Canadian. I represent Canada. I represent the Canada that puts family first, that puts community first, that wants to take care of each other, that's safe for children, safe for families, and people, they grow up here and they have access to everything they need to be successful in life. And I feel like Canada has kind of lost its way a little bit, so Twitter is the only platform I kind of talk about it, and I feel like Canada has the potential to be so great and so rich, and I feel like we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot with the management, or the government is kind of like holding us back for some reason, certain ways. I don't know why, but I think Canada could be a much better place than it is right now.
Ivan, right here, just a quick one. I don't want to keep harping on this age theme, but
yeah, I don't know what's going on. Don't I look good? Don't I look pretty good for this age?
Better than I do. I got 10 years on you. That having been said, we used to have the complaint that you weren't active enough, you weren't fighting enough to really get the notice that you deserved. In hindsight, has that almost worked in your favor because you don't have the mileage and now you're peaking?
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't done on purpose in a way, but it could have been a good thing. There's always there's that story of the Chinese farmer, you don't know if something is good or bad until years later, until fruition. Because in the near term, it may seem bad, maybe, but in a few years when you look back, it was actually something that's good, So big theme for this training camp for me was I put my faith in God, but I work like it's all up to me, So I don't know what the outcome's going to be, but as long as I perform my best on Saturday, nothing's going to matter.
Best luck.
Thank you.
Just one more, Eamon, going off what you said there.
Yeah.
Marab's being, running through this division. Seems like he wants to fight in March after
Yeah.
December. So, are you rooting for him to keep that belt? Because, your turn could come much quicker if he keeps up this pace.
Yeah, and obviously I'm not rooting for him in a disrespectful way to Peter Yan, but he's doing half the job for me. You know what I mean? I got to work my way up, but he's also, in a way, working his way down, right? So if he beats Peter Yan, who's next? He's not going to fight Sean O'Malley again. No disrespect to Sean O'Malley, but now you're 0-2 against Merab for the belt. It would be weird to give you a third shot, right? So, maybe he gets Umar or Batista, and then who?
Yeah,
maybe me.
Feel like Batista, if he wins Umar, he doesn't seem like he wants to do that rematch.
Yeah,
either,
maybe Merab doesn't want to do it, but in the end, also UFC has a big say, right? And the UFC can back up the dump truck of cash at his house and drop millions of dollars. Who knows? You know what I mean? And supposedly Pay is gonna go up with the Paramount deal, so maybe they can sweeten the deal for Merab, and then he can just keep picking these guys apart at the very top, and I'm gonna be picking them up on the bottom, and then maybe meet maybe end of the year, mid-year. I don't know.
Yeah. He's been on such a great run. When you watch him as through the eyes of an opponent, do you see a guy who is beatable for you?
Yeah, I definitely see that he's beatable. I think the world, the MMA fans of the world should really respect Corey Sanhagen. The performance he put that night is incredible. If you were to lose, that is how you lose. You gave it your all. You stayed focused. You never got discouraged. His corner did a good job. They didn't take no crap from him. They told him, like, you got to go out there, you got to put it on. No backing up. You got to keep going forward. You know, I absolutely love that. They didn't give him an inch. They didn't give him an inch to be scared or to fight without courage. Or they forced him to step his game up and to keep it at his peak. And he held that for 5 rounds and clipped Merab at the end. You know, hats off to both men. I really think bantamweight division is the epitome of MMA. You know, we have the best fighters in the world. And, you know, because maybe we're a little lighter, we don't knock each other out so easily, so we get more of a showing. You know, the skills really get deeper. So, you know, I'm proud of both guys. They really put on a display. That's how you win and that's how you lose. Like, if you were to lose, that's the most honorable way. Yep. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate it.
Kevin over here. So co-main event against Mike Malott in his country. Just tell me a bit about how this fight came together with you fighting in Canada here.
UFC called, I answered, and I'm here.
Just as simple as that. Yeah. Did you know much about Mike before taking this fight?
No, I mean, not a whole lot.
Do you game plan for your opponents, or is it one of those things you're focusing more on what you're good at type thing?
No, usually when I game plan, I get my ass whooped, so I leave it to the coaches.
And you talked about it before, previously that, Mike maybe hasn't fought some of the guys that you fought. Like, what have you made of Mike's run in the UFC so far?
I mean, he has a good record, so pretty good run, I guess.
And how you liking Vancouver so far? Or has it just been in the hotel?
Mainly been in the hotel. It's a beautiful place, though.
Yeah, that's good. What do you make of the main event with De Ridder and Allen? That's your, obviously your old division. Do you kind of still keep tabs on that? Do you think you might go back up to middleweight, or are you quite content at 170?
One day at a time, brother. One day at a time.
Hey, Kevin, right here. This fight coming when it does, are you hoping to get one more in this year because you are known for your activity, of course?
That's the goal, brother.
When you look at Malott, he had that fight against Magny where there was that kind of come from behind win for Neil. Do you look at that and read too much into it, or do you go, that was something he's probably corrected by now?
I don't care. I'm here to fight a good fight, brother. I'm here to do my thing. Whatever Mike does, it's on Mike. If I do my thing right, he won't get a chance to do his. So, yeah.
Fair enough. And you fought both Brendan Allen and RDR, who are in the main event. What's the inside track there?
I think I've answered this question like 4 times already. Just go back.
All right, last one for me. You probably can't partake in this before the fight this weekend, but BC is known for the BC Bud. So are you going to get a chance to try any of that?
Nope, not even worried about it.
Fair enough.
Kevin, I know yesterday you were talking about the fight with D-Rod and stuff and how you didn't like that one. I saw you in the comments being like that one doesn't count to some of the people who were fired.
It counts just fine. I'm just trolling online.
Sure, I know, but does that fight stick with you in any different way than any other one, or
just trolling online? Everything's the same. Everything's always the same. People always. I see them online talking about Kevin doesn't care. I care. It's over. The fuck am I supposed to do? Go back in time? Yeah. We'll see what happens if I get to run it again. If I don't, it is what it is. Just know I'm always down for a good time.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like Neil Magny is down for a good time in December. He seemed very happy about your kind words to him yesterday.
Neil Magny always says he's down, and then for some reason it never happens. So we've been trying to do this for about 4 years now.
Really? Has it ever been offered officially to you?
Nah, I don't think it's ever been offered to me, and I don't know if it's ever been offered to him. I just know for some reason it never happens, but I'm always the one saying, let's go.
Yeah. Feels like maybe this time the stars could align.
Hopefully.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hey. Hi, Kev. How's it going?
Good, you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I know there was already a Neil Magny question, but earlier this week you kind of mentioned you'd want Magny or D-Rod again for fight number 6. What intrigues you most about these matchups specifically?
Once again, I think I've already answered this, but I lost to one guy, and I don't feel like I should have. And then the other guy, he has a great record, great style. He's won a lot of fights. He has the most wins in welterweight history. So to beat that guy would be a good feather underneath my cap.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and I guess this is kind of similar. I know you've probably been asked this before, but just in one word, what's the most dangerous thing you feel? I know you don't game plan going into the fight with Mike.
I don't know. I guess him being from here and I'm not. I don't know.
That makes sense. You want to do fight number 6? What are the odds of fight 6 and 7 happening this year?
I don't plan on fighting 7 times this year. I said I plan on fighting 6 times this year, and then I said in 28 I plan on fighting 8 times. That's the way it's going to go.
Damn. That's great. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, brother.
Charles, obviously another notable fight for you here, bantamweight. How has, I guess, this experience through this camp, getting down there, being compared to the others so far?
It was the best experience because now I'm a father, and it was so great to mix up. I feel the dad strength when they talk about the dad strength. I feel like I'm Super Saiyan 2 because of it, and you're not only fighting for yourself, you're fighting for something bigger. And so, yeah, more mature, stronger, physically, mentally. It was a very fun road the last year.
How old's the baby now?
8 months.
Okay.
I always told myself when I'm going to have my first kid, I'll spend as much time as I can with him. And the UFC allowed me to have that privilege of not have like 4 months father leave or something. No, it was on my terms. So UFC and the pay allows me to do that.
Yeah, so you're back on a good sleep schedule.
Actually, now that's why I feel like a Jedi. I can sleep 4 hours and feel fine. So yeah, it's sleep was a fight at first, but it's okay. Now I sleep 4 or 5 hours and I feel completely replenished.
So I guess like the theme of this fight must be a lot of family motivation. Your brother and his experience on Contender Series as well. Like this must be very good for your inner circle right now.
Oh, absolutely. Like it's the first time it doesn't feel like a fight week. I feel very loose. Been working really hard for the past year, which is and also having David Grant as an opponent, which is a fantastic fighter who likes to scrap. I feel very blessed to live this, especially in Vancouver.
Do you feel like, with Davey, we've seen him knock people out, submissions, do you feel like this is going to be a very complete mixed martial arts fight between you two, or is there a certain area where you're hoping to keep this?
I did some digging on some interviews that he's done, and they asked about him if it would be a standing up battle, and he answered, "Oh, it's an MMA fight. I need to use all my tools." And now because he's with Syndicate MMA, having Merab and all those grappling every guys, I wouldn't be surprised him trying to take me down. Like if you look statistically, my takedown defense is like the worst thing that plays against me. So, of course, he's going to try, and I'll welcome him with the guillotine choke.
There you go. Was there ever any realistic talk of your brother fighting on this card in the quick turnaround, or was it like, all just hopes, and then when it came time to actually make that decision, it wasn't there?
It was shut down by the doctor right after the fight because he needed to do a scan with his foot. His foot was completely blue, exploded, and Louis was very bummed out about it. But it's like, hey, take your time. Don't do like me, jump 2 weight class and fight anybody short notice. Take your time. You're a UFC fighter now, and he said after after his press conference after the Dana White Contender Series win, said I can learn from Charles' mistake, so he's gonna have a much better run than I have.
I mean, you've been here for a while now. How much of your focus is on his career and making sure he maximizes? Like, are you almost placing that in front of yourself in some ways?
Now he's the captain of his boat. Like when you see my reaction after his victory, I fell to my knees because I felt I'm not having Louis as a crew member now. He's the captain of his destiny and he's accomplishing his legend. So I'm feeling quite lighter than I would feel a couple years ago.
What do you make of Davey's durability? He seems like, he's always in a war. He's an older fighter. You would typically think fighters as they get older would be, easier to finish. But in his case, he seems like a guy that will just, bring that war. Does that kind of, change things for you a bit, just knowing you're fighting a guy that, right till the final bell is going to be giving it and it's not going to be an easy out?
After my last fight at 35, I finished a guy who never been finished. So now I truly believe I was forged in a different fire than the typical 135er. I fought 45ers like the Jean Silva, the Sean Woodson, the Du Ochoy, and I've been hit and I've been through war with very big guys. And that gives me a lot of confidence in my ability to finish guys at 35.
How much different do you feel in this weight class? Just, and is it something that you looking back now, being like, maybe I should have dropped, earlier in my career?
Yes, but we have this talk with me and my master Fabio, and he said, no, you were forged with these experience, and it's okay. Maybe I would have a more prolific run than lose one, win one, and all those ups and downs. But no, it led me to here. I'm in great shape, fantastic physicality right now, and mental preparation, everything is quite fine. So I truly believe I was forged into those flames in order to have this proper run at 35.
And how strong do you feel in the weight class? You just mentioned Sean Woodson. He's like on the big side for featherweight, right? So you're now fighting in a lower weight class. You must feel pretty strong in this division.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, I cannot train too much with 35ers because I'm so used to spar heavier guys like 55ers, 70 pounders. So yeah, I'm quite confident in that because, like I said, when you are in the clinch with Duo Choi, who's giving you uppercuts, or Jean Silva, and then you have Victor Henry, and I swept him, I was like, oh my God, he was so light, so different. But also, Victor Henry is not the biggest 35er, so I need to not be overconfident with that.
And a lot going on in your division. There's a lot of big fights coming up, but they just announced this week that Merab Dvalishvili is going to be fighting and defending his title against Piotr Yan. What do you make of that fight? Obviously, Piotr Yan, probably different than the first time they fought, but as a guy who's moving up in the division like yourself, what do you think of that rematch coming up in December?
It's so great to have a champion like Merab because I think it's the first time everybody's talking about the 35er that much. Like we had the Volk run, but then the Ilya came, lights him out, and then leaves. So even the featherweight was like, nah. But because of Merab, I think there's a lot of spotlight on the 35 division, which is exciting for us young up-and-comer.
And just last one for me, first time fighting in Vancouver, if I'm not mistaken. That's you're hoping to get every province by the time your career's done at this point?
Yeah, I think, actually. It would be, like Saskatoon would be another place. But I'll never fight there. No, but yes, I'm very happy to fight in Vancouver. All the people outside are super nice, get recognized a lot, and mostly from my Instagram posts more than my fighting, so it's funny.
Charles, right here.
Yes.
You're probably going to get asked a lot about your brother over the next while, and it's kind of carrying on in a tradition of siblings in the UFC, like the Diaz brothers or the Shevchenko sisters, if you want to go there. You were asked about whether or not he could be on this card. Would you want to be on the same card, or does that kind of add stress to you?
No, that's the plan. We've done it through TKO. We fought on multiple times on the same card. Sometimes Louis fought, I didn't. But being on the same card is just fun. It's just memories, and we can cut weight together and live this experience together. And when we're going to be two old men on our chair and talking about it, we'll be very happy that we went to war together.
Fair enough. And he kind of laughed when your Twitter was brought up recently. He said he wouldn't post some of the things that you do. I won't mention any of them, but has anyone like him or anybody else ever just taken you aside and said, Charles, what are you doing?
No, because I have a very good amount of sponsors, and to my surprise, they really enjoy it. I'm always on the edge, and people find it funny, and it's okay. It's the fake world. It's internet, So when people finally meet me, they're like, oh, you're a lot smarter. I'm like, yeah, of course I'm not saying all those shit when I'm at dinner with my family, So it's fun, and it gets me a lot of sponsors, a lot of fun opportunities. But I'm less Twitter. Twitter was a mean place. It was a dangerous place.
Have you noticed, aside from the sponsors, have you noticed more like fan engagement, fans coming up to you and talking about it?
So, like, the social media aspect is like a tremplin. People uses that, then they go deeper and they watch my podcast, especially in Quebec. And I have a very big fandom in Quebec where young men are saying that I've inspired them to become a better version of themselves. So I'm not a guru, of course, but I'm proving to them that if me and Louis did it, you can do it. And it's not only about sport, it's growing up as a man, because the first thing that led us to martial art was to be stronger young men, because we were adolescent when we found martial art. And it was only that road to become, like I said, a greater man, and it led me to the UFC because me and Louis were quite good at it. So I'm happy I'm having a positive influence on the young men, especially in Quebec.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
out that you were training at. Oh, sorry. There we go. All right, there we go. Now we're in business. Menon, we found out that you were training at TriStar for this camp. How did that all get set up with you training in Montreal for this fight?
Que je changeais de club, que j'allais m'entraîner ailleurs. Et franchement, c'était une super expérience. J'ai beaucoup appris. J'ai fait un très très bon camp d'entraînement avec bien sûr Firas Zahabi et Rob pour la partie striking. Et franchement, je me sens super bien. On a mis pas mal de nouvelles choses en place. On a un peu changé mon jeu et tout était parfait.
Yes, absolutely. It was the first time I leave my hometown to train outside, and I'm training with Firas Zahabi and Rob for the striking. I made new skills, and you see Saturday a new Manon with a new game plan and new stuff, and really happy to show that Saturday evening.
Was Jasmine the only opponent you were offered, or were there any other opponents that you were possibly going to be fighting next?
Est-ce qu'il n'y a que Jasmine qui t'a été offert par ton management ou est-ce qu'il y avait d'autres possibilités?
Non, on m'a proposé que Jasmine.
No, to be honest, just Jasmine for now.
Yeah, and did you figure you were going to fight her next just because she did fight on the same card as you on your last fight?
Est-ce que tu penses que tu l'affrontes parce qu'elle était sur la même carte que toi à Montréal ou pour d'autres raisons?
Je sais pas du tout. Pour être honnête, j'ai pas réfléchi à ça, mais quand on me l'a proposé, en tout cas, j'étais vraiment contente puisqu'elle est sur une belle série de victoires et c'est un bon combat pour moi, je pense.
To be honest, when I heard her name, I don't really think about that. I just see she have a good win streak, she had a good ranked in the division, so I say yes, I'm happy to fight this opponent.
I know you're coming off the loss to Valentina Shevchenko, but it was a very close fight, and I think there's a lot of positives you can take away from that. What are you bringing from that fight into this fight that you went, 5 rounds with the current champion?
Tu as combattu contre Valentina, c'était une défaite mais très 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 serrée et tu as montré de belles choses, il y a beaucoup de positifs là-dessus. Qu'est-ce que tu en retiens et qu'est-ce que ça t'a apporté pour la suite?
Alors pour moi, il y avait pas tellement de choses positives, mais ce combat m'a fait beaucoup apprendre. J'ai changé vraiment beaucoup de choses sur la façon de m'entraîner, sur la façon d'aborder le combat. Et voilà, je pense que... Enfin, pour moi, c'était un bon combat en termes d'apprentissage, mais il n'y avait rien de bon dans mon combat. Mais voilà, j'ai appris beaucoup de choses et ça va me permettre de changer tout ça.
To be honest, when I watch the fight, I don't see a lot of positive thing and stuff about me, but it was good. I'm really happy to lose this fight because I learned a lot and I met a lot of changes in my life, in my training, in my mindset. So yeah, definitely it was a good defeat for me.
And Weili Zhang's going to be fighting Valentina Shevchenko next. Do you think do you think she'll defeat Valentina, or do you think Valentina will keep her title?
Valentina va affronter Weili au prochain combat. Est-ce que tu penses qu'elle va prendre la ceinture de Valentina ou Valentina va la défendre?
Je vois Valentina remporter ce combat. Je pense qu'elle a beaucoup plus de fight IQ et en plus de ça, il y a quand même la différence de poids qui va jouer aussi.
I see Valentina win this fight because I think she have more fight IQ and it's not the same weight class.
And just last one for me. How are you liking Vancouver? You got to see Montreal last event, which was great. What do you make of Vancouver so far?
Là, tu as découvert Montréal après avoir été séjourné à Montréal. Qu'est-ce que tu penses de la ville? La ville. Qu'est-ce que tu penses de la ville? De Vancouver.
Franchement, super. Je me sens super bien. C'est un peu comme chez moi en France. Il y a la mer et la montagne. Donc, ouais, c'est cool.
Feeling great. It was a little the same as my hometown Nice in France. We have sea and mountain close. So, yeah, I really like it.
Manon right here. Just to build off of that, this is your second straight fight in Canada. Was there any talk of you being on the Paris card, or was that just too soon?
On te voit pour la deuxième fois au Canada. Là. Entre-temps, il y a eu la carte de Paris. Est-ce que tu as eu une opportunité de combattre à Paris ou est-ce que c'était un choix de combattre au Canada?
Alors, j'avais pas eu d'opportunité de combattre à Paris, mais je voulais pas spécialement combattre à Paris. C'était encore un petit peu tôt. Je pense après la défaite, j'avais besoin d'un peu plus de temps. Donc pour moi, combattre ici à Vancouver, c'est parfait.
I don't have much proposition for Paris, but to be honest, it was too close and too early after my defeat. I need more time to refocus on me, and this is really good for me to fight now.
And then you mentioned some new stuff that you were working on with TriStar. And without giving away too much, is there any specific areas that you've been looking to improve?
Tu as mentionné de nouvelles qualités, de nouveaux skills avec TriStar. Est-ce que sans rentrer dans le détail, est-ce que tu veux en parler un peu?
Oui, alors sans rentrer dans le détail bien sûr, mais c'est surtout en termes déjà d'analyse de l'adversaire. J'ai un game plan qui est vraiment là très précis, chose que je faisais pas forcément avant parce que je voulais pas et je voyais pas forcément l'utilité. Là, on a vraiment bossé sur quelque chose de très précis. On a changé un peu des petits skills sur mon striking, sur ma lutte, mais voilà, ça c'est très précis en fait. Maintenant, il y a plus de choses précises.
It's not about a big change, but just adjustment, little move on my skills, on my striking game and my wrestling game. But if I had to say one word, it's adjustment.
And last one for me, obviously we have Weili and Valentina coming up very soon. Does it matter to you who wins that fight? Would you prefer Valentina so you could get back to her, or does the belt matter more than that rematch?
Est-ce que tu en as quelque chose à faire de vraiment du vainqueur de Willing Valentina, ou est-ce que c'est important pour toi? Tu préférais que Valentina elle gagne pour la réaffronter, ou est-ce que ça n'a pas d'importance?
C'est sûr que je préférais que Valentina gagne, mais après, je suis concentré sur moi, sur mes combats, et c'est tout.
Yeah, if I have to choose, I prefer Valentina win that fight, but I'm really focused on me, and we will see.
Manon, just curious, with your work at TriStar, did you get to do anything with George St. Pierre at all during your time there, whether it was skill set training or any mental advice he gave you?
Est-ce que quand tu étais au TriStar, tu t'es entraîné avec Georges, ou tu as parlé avec lui pour qu'il te donne des skills techniques ou même mentaux par rapport au combat?
Non, cette fois-là, je l'ai pas beaucoup vu. Je l'ai juste croisé une fois. Donc non, on n'a pas tellement le temps de parler.
No, this time I think I just see him one or two times because he's not in Montreal this time.
You got the audio on, Mike?
Reinier, over here. Yeah, no problem. Before we get into your fight, how was the Canucks game the other day? We saw you there on the big screen. It was your first hockey game, is my understanding.
Yeah, it was very cool. I like how you guys here and in the States, you really make a show out of everything. It's very cool to be there. I like the violence a little bit. I didn't really care too much about the pucks being scored, but I like the checks and stuff. We didn't get a real fight, unfortunately, but was nice to see.
So as far as this main event goes, it was supposed to be Anthony Hernandez, and then when he was out, there was some talk about Paulo Costa. How close was that fight to being made, in your opinion?
It was close. If he'd said yes, then we would be fighting now.
Okay, so you believe that he turned down the fight?
He came back with like I wanted to be 3 rounds. I wanted to be a catch weight, and we said okay, we'll move on. This is.
Yeah. Did that surprise you at all? That he was.
I'd imagine him to be chomping at the bit to fight me, but no.
Yeah, and was it just Paulo and Brendan as far as opponents, or was there anyone else name that you heard of?
Yeah, we kind of basically just went down the list from whoever was available and came off a win. And the first one to say yes was Brandon, so I was very happy that he did.
And then Brendan was in here already. I guess you guys trained very briefly, maybe once, a while ago. Like, you must have been pretty familiar with Brendan before taking this fight.
Yeah, he's a lot of experience. I've seen all of his fights, of course, and I know a lot about him, but I don't really know him as a person. We've never really trained together.
Yeah. Who did you get to work with as far as training partners for this fight?
A lot of good guys at Killcliff, like endless good guys there. Was able to work with Robbie a lot. Robbie Lawler was very interesting because of the tips he gave me as a fellow southpaw. Is very, very good stuff. I've been doing a lot of rolling at Wagner Hochschuss, which was very cool as well. Got to train with him a lot, with his son. With Bushesha, did a lot of rounds with him. So yeah, was good, cool.
Were there any training partners at Killcliff that didn't want to work with you, maybe out of friendship to Brendan, or you didn't run into that issue?
Nah, not really. Everybody hates the guy, so I don't know.
Why do you think they don't like him?
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, gotcha.
Nah, it was of course like a little bit of a joke in the beginning when I took the fight. I said he might be here in a couple days, joining us. But nah, I think everybody's professional. Everybody wanted to work with me. No issues. Only Henry stayed neutral and didn't want to come and coach this time. But the rest was all good.
The implications for this fight are pretty big. Do you think it's a positive sign that they haven't announced that Imovov's getting the shot and that they're going to wait to see what happens with this fight?
Yeah, Imovov's not getting the shot, so that's why they didn't announce it.
Fair enough. And then one other thing, kind of looking at the champ right now with Chimaev and how dominant he was. Not looking past Brendan, I'm the guy asking the question, but I'm sure you look at a fight with you and Chimaev. Just how do you feel like stylistically you match up against him?
Yeah, it'd be a very cool fight. I imagine like very spectacular grappling exchanges, and his striking, we haven't seen it a lot in the UFC, but his striking is pretty cool too. He's decent boxing. He's been working with a boxing coach for a very long time, Olympic boxer. And the times we trained, I thought his boxing was very crisp as well. Yeah, be an amazing matchup. I think I have a lot to offer in that fight, in the grappling and in the striking, so hope we see it soon.
And just last one for me, were you surprised that Duplessis struggled so much with the takedowns, or does that speak more to just how great Chimaev is at his grappling?
Both, I think. It really surprised me. Like, I didn't expect it to go this way at all, but if you look at Dricus' posture, he's always like a bit bent, and that makes it a lot harder to get into a sprawl and defend well in takedown, so it makes sense there. But the most surprising thing for me was the amount of control that Hamzat had on the floor. It was crazy. I did not expect him to be that dominant at all.
Reinier right here.
Yeah.
It is mixed martial arts, but that having been said, you guys both have your black belts. Is this an area that you'd want to test Brendan in?
100%. I'm always going to see if I can choke a guy, yeah.
Good stuff. And, we saw Ong La retire recently. He was
Yeah,
a big
so
part
cool.
of your early career. And Brendan actually mentioned him as a reason why he's always wanted to fight you. He says he wants to avenge that loss. So, just if you can, just speak to like how big a part of your career was that kind of Ong La rivalry?
Yeah, it was a big part of my career at the time, and it eventually led to me getting in contact with Henry and with the guys over at Killcliff. So it kind of put me in the place I'm training at now as well. It was the first time I really achieved something big in martial arts, you know what I mean? Getting the belt for the first time over there, and then getting the second belt as well. The first fight was very much what I imagined it to be as well, getting his back, choking him out in the first round. And nowadays, he's one of the main guys I work with. He's a very good coach, and it was very, very heartwarming to see him in his retirement fight. I don't think it's really his retirement fight, but to see him go out like that was amazing. To be honest, I was a bit worried when the fight got announced and when he was going into the fight. I think he trained like for the fight for like 3 weeks or whatever. It was very late that it came together, but it was so cool to see him like that, man. It was very cool.
And you mentioned retirements might not stick in MMA, of course, but we do see a lot of people as they get closer to their 40s or in their 40s in this sport, they wind up on the downside and they wind up retiring. Of course, it's just father time, but you're not the youngest yourself, and yet you seem
Don't tell anybody.
You seem to have a lot left in the tank. I mean, what do you attribute your success at this point of the game to?
One championship saved me by not giving me fights. Thank you, one championship.
One over here, Reinier.
Yeah.
Brendan Allen was here earlier today, and we were talking about your previous UFC fights, and he sort of discredited a lot of them. Robert Whittaker was old. Bo Nickel was too young in his career. Kevin Holland's over the hill. How do you feel when you hear people trying to discredit the quality of wins that you have in the UFC?
How do Rob Whittaker and Kevin Holland feel if he's disrespectful to him?
Not good, I imagine. You should take it up with them.
Yeah, he should take it up with them.
Hello? Okay. Hey, Reinier. How's it going?
What's up?
So the fight was originally meant to be you versus Fluffy Hernandez.
Yeah.
How do you feel, I guess, the different skill sets between Alan and Fluffy, given they're both grapplers? What do you see as the main difference as two different opponents?
Yeah, so was of course heartbreaking that the fight fell through, that he got hurt, because was very excited for the fight, and it would be a great dress rehearsal for Hamzat, I think Fluffy would have been. But I do hope and I do imagine that we get to rebook that fight soon enough. Like style-wise, they're kind of similar. Both of them box pretty well. Like in boxing range, they strike pretty well. I think Fluffy wrestles a bit better. Brandon's jiu-jitsu is a bit better, I think. They had a very close fight as well. I think the biggest difference is, and that's what showed in their fight as well, Brandon starts very well. His first round is always his best round, and then he tends to fade a little bit. And Fluffy starts a little slow, and he tends to build when the fight goes longer. So when it was still Fluffy, I was very focused on getting my cardio in and focused on that part of the fight. So there was a good base for this camp. And then when opponents changed, I was able to spend some more time on specific techniques for Brandon and recovery as a whole. So to be ready as I am for this fight.
Okay. And how, I guess, do you see the fight going on Saturday? Do you see it more staying on the feet, neither of you wanting to go to the floor? You mentioned Brendan has excellent jiu-jitsu.
Excellent is a big word, but I definitely want to see if I can get him to the floor as quickly as possible. I'm going to see if I can put a lot of pressure on him. He's going to come out guns blazing, I imagine, because he always does. I think he throws very nice boxing combinations in the pocket, in boxing range. And I think maybe he might even shoot, but I think I'll be first to take him down.
Okay. Are we going to see those Dutch kickboxing knees again on Saturday night?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Also, so you seem very confident when you said Imavov is not getting the shot. Do you know something we don't, or are you just very confident you're going to do what you need to do on Saturday night to make sure you are undeniable for Hamzat's next opponent?
Both.
Okay. Just a couple more. You mentioned in an interview recently that DDP needs to improve his jiu-jitsu on the bottom. Is that something you feel that you're more equipped to deal with than him? Do you think your counter wrestling's better than him? Were you to face Hamzat, let's say sometime next year, if you win on Saturday night?
Yeah, I think so. Most importantly, Hamzat didn't get tired at all because he got the takedown, exploded for a couple seconds, got on top, and then was able to rest afterwards. So I think anybody who's going to beat Hamzat should be able to stop his takedowns at least for a while, so make him work harder to get a takedown. And then anybody who's going to beat Hamzat should have a very good guard so that he's not able to rest the moment they get to the floor or the moment he gets chest to back control.
Just last question. After your win against Bo Nickel earlier this year, you called out Sean Strickland. Obviously, Sean is suspended until the end of November. Do you still see that fight as on the horizon at some point?
Yeah, it'd be very cool. Yeah, he had some personal issues going on, I believe, which prevented the fight. But yeah, I definitely see that fight happening someday soon.
Thanks, Reinier.
Reinier, over here.
Yep.
I want to put you on the spot a little bit, man. You mentioned the Dutch kickboxing there. Who would you say is the Dutch combat sports GOAT? You're making a case, you're getting up there, but right now, who would you say is the guy?
We have so many great champions through the years. Bas Rutten. But one of the guys I like a lot, I like his style a lot, and I've worked with a lot, is Gegard Mousasi. I love, if you look back at some of the fights he's had, they've been so good, so cool. It's just a shame that he didn't stick around long enough to get to the UFC title, because I think he would have. Yeah.
And would he be an inspiration for you, or some other guys maybe that come to mind specifically?
More names, more other guys?
Yeah.
Yesterday I said Stefan Struve because he was in the room, but Alistair is one of those. You know, if you think back of Alistair versus what's the wrestler's name again?
Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar. That's the craziest fight ever, man. Just roided to the tits, both of them. So cool. With that knee as well. Yeah, we have so many good guys. Even before, like in K1 back in the day, Sam Schild. The list is almost endless. So yeah, I'm very proud to be representing my country. I'm not switching to Canada this time. Yeah, hopefully I'll be part of a new wave as well, because at the moment I'm the only Dutch guy in the UFC. Yusri is joining us, and I hope we'll have a lot more of those Dutch guys coming in soon.
Well, last one on that note. What do you think you need to do to be the number one, surpass everybody we just mentioned?
Get a belt.
All right.
Yeah.
Keep adding. Keep adding.
Yep.
Just a quick one. For me, you said that you're not into ice hockey. Recently, you told me that you don't care about football at all. I mean, soccer.
Yeah.
So is there any sport you care about in the terms of watching and enjoying?
No, I've watched some documentaries on American football on Netflix before the last fight. That was cool. It looks cool. It's very violent, and with the documentary, there was not a lot of breaks, which is nice. So you can just see the action, and I learned a little bit about what the quarterback does and stuff. That was pretty cool. But if you love fighting, nothing compares, right? Even there, sitting at the NHL game, I don't care if the puck goes in the net. I want to see these guys fight. That's way cooler, right? It's way cooler than anything else. It's always, even I like basketball. I like all this stuff to watch, but it doesn't really get close to fighting anytime, I think.
It's a job anyway.
Hmm?
Fighting is a job anyway. Yeah.
A job? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Got it? Yeah. You got it, Mike?
Hello, everyone.
Good. Yeah. Okay. Good. Kyle, good to see you back. Last time you fought in Vancouver, things went very well for you. Just tell me how excited you were to be back here and fight again in Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vancouver was great to me. I mean, the crowd was awesome last time, and I had a great performance. Anytime fighting in Canada, I mean, it's always amazing. The Canadian fans are, I think, some of the best in the world and the most excited. And so when we got a great card in Vancouver last time, and obviously all the Canadians did so well, and now we've got, again, another stacked card, a bunch of great Canadians with a bunch of momentum behind a lot of us. So I think this is going to be even better than last time.
We haven't seen you in over a year. Was this by design, or was this the right amount of time off for you?
I think this was the right amount of time. I had planned to move up to 155, and I moved up to 155 once or twice before. I mean, it took some short notice stuff, but this time I feel like I took the time. I built the right amount of muscle. We've got a nice program in place, so I feel like this is my real introduction at 155, and I think it took basically a year to do that. I mean, if I'd got offered a fight on Montreal, I would have jumped on it. But yeah, I think it was kind of the perfect timing for this.
And how much of the focus this camp is not on the weight cut? I know you still probably cut weight because, like you mentioned, you put some muscle on, but I know that was really a focus for you, that everything had to be dialed in to make 45, because you're a pretty big guy for the weight class.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it kind of became the point where I was too big for the weight class. The last couple fights, even though I was making it, I think it was just such a detriment to my performance and my output. Even though I was still winning fights and stuff like that, I feel like I still wasn't performing as well as I was in the gym. And I've always been one of those guys that, there's guys that do great in the gym and don't perform well, and there's guys that don't do great in the gym but perform really well. I find I perform better in competition than I do in the gym, whereas at 145 I felt like it was almost backwards. So I'm excited to see with how well I've been performing in the gym to go out and do better than that. I think it's going to be an amazing fight.
How familiar were you with Matt Frevola ahead of this fight? Was he a guy that you sort of were familiar with, or someone you had to go look up?
No, I definitely knew of him. I'd seen his fights and stuff like that before. I'd never really thought about fighting him because, again, it wasn't until like about a year ago where I started seriously planning to do 155. So I was, I've seen him before. I know what his style's like. Again, I think it's a perfect matchup for me and the fans. I think that the fans are going to be the real winners here. But yeah, definitely excited to get in there with a 155er and show what kind of power I have at this weight class.
And we heard from Mike Malott that I know got a bit of training over there at Niagara Top Team. Take me through sort of camp, who you got to work with and sort of how you structured things ahead of this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all my training camps, I always, my home gym's House of Champions, so I'm there year round. But I try and get to Niagara Top Team, pretty consistently, even outside of camp when I can. And then obviously there I get, the opportunity to work with, Mike Malott. Jasmine's always there. Sometimes we'll play around a little bit with sparring. But that's kind of become the meeting ground now. We've got Kyle Preplek was coming out a lot this camp. Jamie Lynn Horth was down working with Jasmine. Series there. We've got. It seems like it's the place to be for Canadian MMA, at least in Ontario. But yeah, like I said, Jamie Lynn Horth from BC comes out, so it's kind of the spot to be for pro fighters in Ontario right now. So we're all meeting and getting, I think, the best training possible in Canada.
And Matt's a bit of a name. Like, what would a win do for your career here? You had the nice win streak prior to the last fight. I know it's a new division, but Matt is someone that people are familiar with, comes from a great camp. What are the implications of a victory here for you?
Yeah, I know Matt was ranked not too long ago, and I think this is just a great kind of coming out party for 155. I think I kind of established myself well at 145. I think I could have done a little bit better, but I think a lot of that, again, was the weight cuts and stuff like that. I think now with my skill and my power and stuff like that, and not having to worry about all the weight cut, and I'm able to focus on getting better during the training camp and really peaking. I think, again, I'm going to do a lot better, and I think Matt is a perfect guy to kind of showcase some of my skills and try and get a good head start here at 155.
And switching gears a bit, something I really think is awesome that you do is you use your platform a lot to talk about rights for fathers, visitation rights. How many dads have hit you up and maybe asked for advice? Because I know you're someone that has been vocal about the rights for fathers that just aren't maybe in favor of the fathers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been, I mean, obviously it's a little bit personal for me, so it was something that I didn't bring to the forefront for a long time. And then finally I got to the point where I was kind of fed up. And I mean, even before I made it public, a lot of people would kind of bring it up just in like small circles. So then, yes, I started talking about it, after fights and stuff like that. Just saying, I think 50-50 custody should be the standard and kids deserve their fathers. And I don't think that's like the most outrageous thing to say, but it's really blown up online on both sides. I mean, people have come after me saying, fathers shouldn't have 50-50 custody and stuff like that, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, the amount of people that reach out to me, fathers from, I mean, not only fathers, grandparents, stepmoms, everybody that's been through the family court system, it's pretty rough. And it's not just Canada, it's all over the world. I've had people reach out from the UK, Australia, all across the States. And yeah, I'm surprised at how big of an impact such few words have made, but I'm glad I was able to touch as many people as I have, and hopefully I can keep being an advocate. Again, not necessarily just for fathers, but it's really the kids that are being hurt the most here. So if I can help them in any way, that's what I'd love to use my platform for.
Well said. And last one for me, big viewing party at Moose Delaney's on Saturday for the fight?
Yep, absolutely. My dad's already got his table picked out, so yeah, it's going to be a big party there.
Kyle, right here. Just to build on the family topic a little, I know you've been maybe gone a little more than might have been had you got that fight in Montreal, but on the flip side, is it beneficial to get more time with them? I think Knox was born not too far before your last fight, if I'm not mistaken, so just getting that extra family time, how nice has that been?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Like, if it was up to me, I'd spend, every second with them. So, I mean, I get to see Knox out there with my fiance Claudia, and Knox has been by my side, every step of this way. The last two fights, he's got to tag along, which is awesome because it's something my other sons haven't got to do, and I know that's something they would love to do. But yeah, I mean, this last year has been full of so much family time. Yeah, that I know, like, even if I wouldn't trade it for the world.
That's good to hear. And, just even coming off a loss, people are talking about this fight. They're looking at it as a fight of the night or a bonus-winning fight, especially with your own history and then Matt's as well. So how nice is it to hear that? Is it a bit of a feather in your cap, so to speak?
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't sure how some fans and some people, like, what they thought after the last fight against Garcia. Like, I got a lot of people reached out, obviously, like, with some of the shots to the back of the head and the legal elbows and stuff. So they didn't really chalk it up to much. And then, so it seems like I didn't necessarily lose a bunch of momentum, at least from, again, I probably get one side of the coin from my fans reaching out. But yeah, I don't feel like that set me back too much. I mean, I feel like that's one of those fights, if we did 9 times out of 10, I think I would have got the better of them, but we're moving forward, going up to 155.
And then last one for me, obviously you mentioned putting on some muscle and doing this transition the right way. So is this a permanent move at this point, or is there a future where you could see yourself ever dropping back down?
I mean, unless the UFC comes at me with like 7 figures, I don't see me going back down to 145. It's probably a little overdue, coming up to 155. And yeah, like I said, I mean, I think I was already carrying too much muscle. I had to cut not only fat but muscle to get to 145 before. Now I think it's at the point where it'd be almost impossible. So it'd need to be a really big incentive, and I'd need probably a year or something like that to go back. So yeah, I think 155 is permanent.
Thanks, Kyle.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Chino, I think this is the longest break you've had in your UFC career, if my math is correct there. So just tell us why you wanted this time off and what you did with it.
I feel like the time off, I was looking for time off, and my first lookout for a time off was when I fought for the title. Dana FaceTime and we have a little conversation, and he was checking on me, blah blah. And I remember in March I was like, okay, I went through a crazy fight, so I did say, can I please fight in MSG so I have like a big break before jumping back to the gym, and still having over 4 months to prepare. And we kind of agree with that on the spot, but there's how many fights from then to like actually talk about. And then the Abu Dhabi fight came, and I got excited. And even if I knew when I was on the phone with Hunter about the Abu Dhabi fight, I say no at first. And of course, they tell you what can happen if you win or when you win. And I was like, fuck, okay. So fuck it, let me call coach. I called coach, and I was so excited already that I convinced him easy, but I just think it was too quick. And, you don't know that until you are on the cage. And, I have had losses before. It wasn't like my first loss, but that one kind of like hurts a lot just because I didn't found myself on it. And then I was like, okay, now I need time off. Now I need like this real time away competition. And I was like, I won't even pick up the phone. I will train. I will like figure it out how to get better, but I won't fight. And then October, November came around, and I started like ramping up training. I was like, okay, now I'm feeling everything backing me. I'm feeling like happy with everything on my training. So I decided like time to come back. So I was asking to fight in March. March didn't came. They asked to fight in May in the Iowa car. I was on it. Then they call again and said like, hey, we need to move you to the O'Malley Merab car. And I was like, sure, like what else can I do? Go against the company? I don't do that. I said, let's do it. But then that's the consequences of having 2 more months of camp. I broke my rib. Some people don't disclose this because they're afraid of getting hit there. I was like, fuck it, I broke my rib. It's gonna heal once it's healed, it's healed. And that hurt because I was getting into a rhythm that was like, fuck, I'm feeling good. Everything feels right. And then boom, the rib breaks, and I'm like, what's wrong? Something was wrong in the air, in the energy, or everything happened for a reason. So I just healed up. And then once I was healed, I was like, I'm gonna do what I did back in the day when I lost 2 in a row. I'm gonna just train very hard, and when they call, they call. And I did that. I didn't ask for a fight. I didn't reach out. And then one day, me and coach were in the gym, sitting, talking, and then Jason called and said like, hey, October, it's a hobby. Look to my left, told coach the day and the name, and he just thumbs up. And I was like, let's do it.
Did you have any idea at that point that Mackenzie Dern would be in a title fight 1 week after? And I guess, was that a good thing for your camp?
No, that kind of happened quick. That happened like 2 months ago, I guess. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't at the same time. So kind of works good because it's back to back, I guess.
Did you feel like, going into that time off and the losses, like, did you do some soul searching of why you think that went that way? Did you feel either your training or your skill set had plateaued in any way, or what was, your insights on that?
I mean, it gotta be something definitely at a skill and mental level, right? If you're failing short, something is wrong, right? And it's so easy to just point fingers. I could blame my coaches, my friends, my family. I can blame anything, right? But then I go and sometimes just take a seat and have an honest conversation with yourself, because we know inside what's going on. We know exactly we know everything that happened. It's just matter of we want to talk or not out loud about it. And I really feel I was just burned out. I trained too hard, not because anything, but just because I love to do it. I mean, I don't drink, I don't party, I don't sniff cocaine. So what else can I do? I gotta train all day, every day. Plus, I love my long distance running, and 15 miles on Sunday, you're fucked on Monday. But I just enjoy doing that. Like, and I'm friends with ultra runners, which is probably not the best friends to have because they will take you for long runs. And I just stopped running. I feel that was one of the main things I did for this camp. I stopped doing 15 miles or 30 miles every Sunday. Just because when I used to do it, I was beat up till about Wednesday. And then Thursday, I just get all my quick and sharpness back just because I was burned out. So we did a lot of sprinting. We switched the long distance running and we were sprinting twice in a week. And even the way my body changes, I got a little more caught up. And when I was sparring, it was, it started to show. I was a little quicker in the first round. When I was like, oh, that's what it was. Running for 3-4 hours, you're not gonna have fast twitch. You're gonna last forever, but we only fight in 15 minutes. So I think that was a good change to do. And at the end of the day, it's all mental. You just gotta do it.
When you last fought Eamon Zahabi, it wasn't really like a contender in this division, but he's had some nice wins over the past year against some notable names. What do you just think of him? You fought the best of the best in this weight class. Do you think he stacks up?
I mean, I have so much experience in the UFC. I've been here for almost 11 years that you can just overlook a guy and be like, yeah, whatever. I fought better guys, because that shitty guy that you call him shitty can beat the fuck out of you in any given night. So I treat this fight the same way I treat all the contenders or former champions that I fought. Like, I don't treat fights like, oh, this is gonna be easier, or this guy doesn't have what I have. I put myself kind of like below in a way. I'm like, okay, this guy will kick my ass. That's where I train hard. That's where I'm disciplined and I do the right things. And Saturday night comes, I'm gonna fight my ass off.
Just last thing for me. Last time you also fought, Merab Dvalishvili wasn't even the champion yet. Now he's like almost cleared out the division, on the verge of the most title defenses we've ever seen. What have you just made of his run as champion? And it seems like, he's going through all these guys. He's gonna need fresh people to fight at some point.
He's good, man. He's really good, and he fights at a pace that he make you doubt yourself. Like, he have showed that, not the most skillful striker, not the most clean grappling, because he's not tapping everyone out like other people like Demian back in the day, but he just put it together, and doesn't matter how it looks when he gets it done. So it's amazing what he's doing, and that's one of the persons that have like almost in a way motivate me to be, you know what, let's get my shit together. Let me figure it out how to win these fights, because I can get there again, and it would be good to have a fight like that one day, because it's just a challenge that brings up to the table. It's like the guy I'm fighting. He's coming off a good streak. It motivates me to like, okay, let's prove who's better, and that gets me out of the bed every morning.
Talked about switching things up with the sprinting. Do you think that will translate into your fights in terms of starting off stronger? In some of your matchups, is that something that you think will help you as far as getting off on the right foot?
I believe so, because when I was like putting things in perspective and looking now, when you start a long race, like let's say we're doing 15 miles, the first 6 you can take it easy, but that's already over half an hour.
Yeah.
And that's what was happening, that there were fights, like on the Pedro Munoz fight, it was like second round, and I haven't even break a sweat yet. Yes, sure, I have crazy cardio, but also the fast twitch is not working the way that you want it for a fight. So now I do start a little quicker. At least in the gym has been proof with good competition or with guys that I haven't never sparred in the past. It's like, hey, we have a sparring day today. Let's see what we can do better in the first 2 rounds. Because the third round, we all know I can do backflips. But I myself, I need to do this in the first round. And I mean, I can tell you everything I did because I don't feel shy to, tell people at the end of the day a fight is a fight. But the only and the ultimate test is Saturday night. On Saturday night, we all find out if what I did in this last year worked or not.
Do you watch tape on your opponents, or is that something where your coaches do?
No, I do watch. I watch a lot of tape.
And I bring that up because his last fight with Jose Aldo was fairly close. Some people even felt like it could have gone the other way. How did you score that fight after watching it back?
I have not have one conversation with someone that I know or that I don't know that have said the opposite. Like everybody have said that Aldo have won. It was kind of like a weird fight because I would say first for Aldo, second arguably you can give it to Ayman, but the third one goes 2 minutes of dramatic, almost KO on Aldo, and then Aldo look at the clock and just go, okay, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. Shoots a weird takedown, then pull guard, and then they end like, if someone does that to me, that person is done. I would just control on top. I would figure out how to put you out. But a lot of people think Aldo won the fight. But I mean, I rather win like that than don't win. I tell you that coming off 2 losses.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And the reason I bring that up, obviously, this is in Canada. He will have, the fans on his side. Any worries if this does go to the judges' scorecards that the crowd may sway the judges a bit?
I don't even think about the things I cannot control. I'm trying just to kill. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike was talking about Merab. A guy that you were supposed to fight actually was Mario Batista. What have you made of his run? Now he's got the Umar fight, but he's also sort of getting these wins where maybe he's being counted out. He beat Patchy Mix. What have you made of his run? Is that a fight you do want down the line at some point?
He's another one that is a great fighter. He has good pressure. He showed good striking against Patchy, but so far Patchy is like heavy talk before a fight. Like he talks like mean, but then in the fight doesn't show that too much. But Mario is a good fighter. He seems like he can grapple pretty good. So we'll see against Umar what he really got, because Corey submitted him, and after that he have like a good run. So we find out how good it is. And down the line, the UFC knows. They just have to call.
And you mentioned Patchy Mix there. A lot of people were wondering when he came over to the UFC how well he'd do, and he's lost 2 fights. I don't know if you knew much about him before him coming to the UFC, but what do you make of his run that he hasn't got that first UFC win yet?
Like 0-2 is a rough start, but Merab has a 0-2, right? So I feel like careers can turn around. I don't know him personally, and I don't care too much, so we'll see what happens. But this is the hardest place to fight. So most of the guys coming from other companies, I know people talk shit on the UFC and Dana, but it's just a different animal. Like it's B-level versus the best in the world anywhere else.
Yeah, and just last one for me. You mentioned you don't party anymore, go out, you don't drink. Do you partake in other things, particularly marijuana, anything like that, or no? You off that?
Yeah, no,
The reason I bring that up, Vancouver's got some pretty good weed.
I don't, like what I said, I don't drink or party at all. Like I drink after a fight, and you can only fight twice a year. So I'm not a big drinker. I'm into natural wine and that kind of shit, but I can only drink a cup or here and there. So on the drinking side, I'm not big. I do smoke weed, a lot of weed, but I also stop every fight. I stop around 20 days before. Not because it affects me or benefits me, it's just because I don't want smoke in my lungs. And I do a bunch of mushrooms too. So I'm open about it. I'm not fucking, shy about it. And I do also know the benefits of that I can get. and I also know everything in ecstasy is bad for you. So,
Did you not know before taking this fight that Vancouver's sort of known for having good weed?
I can say people in my team went to smoke and they said it's just not very good here.
Oh, really? Wow.
I mean,
Okay,
we came
okay.
from Cali too.
That's true. Yeah,
Don't
bar's pretty
forget
high,
that.
right? So yeah.
We got
Okay.
some fucking alien weed out there. Anyone else with?